Hey, everybody. So we ended yesterday with the inflammation storms that come from viruses. And, we just kind of did it there towards the end. I thought we'd start today with doing a little bit more of that. This is one of those things where the more you do it ahead of time, the less likely it is going to be an issue when the time comes. You can do it in the middle of it or you think you're getting sick, but really this is more about prevention than it is about treatment in the moment. You know, it will still be helpful in the moment, but basically you don't want to have the reaction like when there is a virus. So, okay, so again, Baylaurel, Eucalyptus radiata, Anula, Monarda, Myrrh, Neroli, Petitgrain, Ravensara, Siberian fir, or vetiver. And then viral inflammatory storm, or virus inflammatory storm, I think is what the label said.
Yes.
So go ahead and pull that out. And since Barbara had a reaction, maybe have her try just something different. As weird as it sounds, sometimes when I do this part with the inflammatory storm for viruses, it actually will reduce pain in my body somewhat. Not massively, but there's a weird tension or pain that goes away. So let's have you just check with your body. How does your body feel? Tension wise, if you have an ache or pain, this isn't necessarily a pain reliever, but sometimes viruses actually contribute to nerve pain more than we realize. And so it's just a thing to look at. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not, but we'll see. Okay, let's start with the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Mhm. You're still at the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The lungs, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Move your awareness to the back solar, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. Your back solar. Now move your awareness to the liver, so below the ribs on the right hand side of your body. Your spleen. You're going to move to your spleen, which is on the left hand side of your body below the ribs. The area between your eyebrows. Awareness is between the eyebrows. Just let go. Just let go. Okay, we're going to do another round. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on your lungs. Awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Back, solar, the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're on your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The liver, the right hand side of the body below the ribs, the liver. In the spleen, on the left hand side of the body, below the ribs. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness between the eyebrows. And then let go and just be still. Let go of the inhalation and be still. How was that for you? Just let it incubate for a moment. Notice what happens with your body. Okay. If you have a share or a question, you can unmute yourself or type in. Let's see how you did.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
Good morning. Um, I do know what you're saying about viruses. I had some early in my life, and they just kind of lay dormant and kind of get
right,
activated.
right.
Um, it's always made me pretty shy on vaccines because you can't really get those out, you know?
Mhm.
So, and I've always been just so ultra sensitive. Um, since some of the viruses I've had have become periodically through my life and some very early in my life, how can, I mean, it will, are,
So I have we haven't put them on the site yet. I was gonna put it as like a big I don't know, like a little booklet or something. But I have like I took the 12 most common like viruses that would continue in the body and cycle where they are active and dormant. And I've made like viral load reducers for each one of those so that you keep it in the dormant phase and potentially even eradicate it. And so each virus has like a blend unto itself. And so um if you know what they are, like I can just line that up for you. And if you're not sure what they are, I can go through and evaluate you and see which virus, which
oh,
treat
that would be
or
good.
which, yeah,
That would be good because
yeah.
you'd probably
There's
tell
like
the
four or
hotspot.
five that are very common, and then the rest are just like if you have these weird health issues, um, it would be a particular kind of virus or a really super chronic health issue. And so for most people, there's usually three or four that it could be.
And I do notice that it definitely runs emotionally too, you know, yeah,
Yeah, and I would say that it could go both ways. Like when the virus starts to become more active, part of the thing with viruses is it's like they have the ability to modify the physiology. It's like they can flip levers, or switches. They can turn things on, they can turn things off to create an environment that is suitable for their growth. And we could say that emotions might bring it on, but I would say just as equal that the presence of the virus actually could be generating homeostatic emotion. And
yeah,
so,
that's what I meant was the latter. I
yeah,
meant the latter.
yeah,
Yeah.
like the emotional component would actually be present because of the virus. And so, you know,
Well, it'll
That's
be
that's why the
interesting.
the idea of like psychotherapy, like how
Yeah.
people like will chase the energy and everything, and for one, the whole idea of homeostatic emotion is usually not put in that model, but also that if you look at homeostatic emotion, there's all kinds of things that generate emotion. And if we keep looking at it from this point of view of like it's about something from the past or something I'm thinking, and it doesn't mean that there aren't those kinds of things, but a lot of things come from the physiology. And if
Yeah.
you know what to look at, you can actually go through and target and then calm the emotions. And it's just like Ollie yesterday talking about how he went through and did the vagal tone. And he's like, my mind was quiet, but now it's quieter. Like, didn't know that it could be quieter. And, you know, a lot of a quiet mind is just tempered physiology. It's not really that our mind is super chaotic. A lot of times it's just things going in the body, and the more we temper them, the more that the mind keeps getting quieter and quieter and quieter, and the emotions become more regulated. So I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, it'd be really great if we could find a way to, like you said, to head things off at the pass or kind of
Yeah,
quiet things before
yeah,
because it is perfect. It is, they kind of do react like a storm, when it
yeah.
happens,
They're
come out of the
a
blue,
yeah, they're a total storm. You know, storm, car wreck, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, the thing that I would say is if you knew what the viruses were, like email us and I can, direct that towards you. And if not, email us and I can go through and do an evaluation of, you know, which things that it could potentially be, and then tell you the things that can be the viral load reducer.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I think I have 12 made right now, but there might be other viruses. Like I just went for the top 12 that potentially are things that linger in the body. Things that like the chicken pox that turns to shingles and the HPV with warts and things like that. I just went through and went down the list. But
Well, I definitely have the shingles one. I've
yeah,
had that 3 or
almost
4
everybody
times.
does. Yeah.
And then, and I do get cold sores really easily. So I think it's hooked with the shingle one, I think.
Right.
Cold sores kind of deal. But I can feel a virus with them now versus before in my life, they'd come on. But now there's kind of a virus and a thing that goes with them. That's how I know that,
Yeah.
they're,
Sure, sure,
they're
sure.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
And if
crazy.
you notice, like even kind of like when there starts to be like some sort of manifestation, like I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, I got shingles, got over it in about 48 hours. Like got rid of it really quick. But I started thinking about it. I was pretty stressed. Like, I started like going down the list and I was like, and I was feeling weird.
Yeah.
I couldn't put my finger on it, but I could identify the feeling. I knew what the feeling was, but you know, so was that I was just in a weird place and that happened, or did the virus cause that weird feeling? And I don't know. I'm gonna lean towards the virus caused the feeling, but it doesn't really matter. I do things to eradicate it, and every once in a while we'll start to see like I'll start to have a little tiny bit of an outbreak, and I just increase the viral load reducer, and it goes away.
That's what I need is that viral load
Yeah,
reducer.
yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi, I'm going to follow on from Denise. So did you cover meningitis?
I'll have to go back and look at my notes.
Okay,
I did it a while back, and so
cool.
it's probably in there. Like that sounds like one that would be in there, but
Okay.
I would have to go back and look. I did it quite a while ago, so
Uh-huh.
I have all kinds of things that I did it and then I just never
Uh-huh.
put it on the site or talked about it, and so it's one of those things. When I
Yeah.
started doing this class, I was like, oh, I should dust off all those viral load reducers, but you know.
No, it's fantastic. That was really just my question.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is like, I always feel like I need to walk a little bit of a tightrope, but not overwhelm everybody with just these like super weird details that, you know what I mean? And so like, that was one of those areas where I was like, I don't know, you know, it might be too many weird details. But I'd say with everything that we've been doing now, it's not as weird as I thought it was like maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
All
there's
in,
time and a
all
place
in,
for everything.
yeah, all in its time. I
Yeah,
guess on the virus piece, I've had a repetitive experience with meningitis, and I
mm,
think it goes back to a traumatic event. My body just responded.
sure.
And it has improved significantly over time,
Hmm.
but there is just a response. It started yesterday with in the sinuses, and then the jaw and the neck and the spine just get tense.
Mm.
Um,
Okay.
The only thing that could calm it down last night was Gilead. I tried everything.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Um, so any single oil also just for body tension?
For that kind of body tension, for you. You know, that blend actually marked body tension from the Radiant Mind.
Okay,
I would try that.
or just inhalation.
Yeah, inhalation. If you want to take it deeper, do the organs of blood purification.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're so welcome. And then let me know if that works or doesn't work.
Okay, perfect. Will do.
And go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Yes. So my body's in overwhelm right now.
Okay.
I woke up with visual disturbance, like it's sparklies all over.
That sounds like a visual migraine.
Yeah, the back of my head aches and
Yeah.
nothing is calming it right now.
Yeah.
And this viral piece feels very central.
Okay.
So I'm wondering what I need to do right now to keep going.
Okay, so you're not having pain, but you are having the visual disturbances.
The back of my head aches.
And the base of the skull or like opposite the ajna on the back?
Opposite the ajna.
And this has kind of been going on for a while, yeah?
Yes, and you had said before, really focus on arms and legs.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And did that have any impact at all or?
yes, that did.
Okay. So, let's try an experiment, like thinking out of the box. We've done some of the mechanics that would be straight up for like a visual migraine or even a migraine. And, we could always spend a bit more time on the spine. Your spine doesn't look too bad. So the thing that I would say is in this, did you get the kit or no? The kit for
No,
burns?
I did not
Okay,
get it.
so look for like coriander or galbanum, ginger, maybe Litsea cubeba. Do you have any of those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let's have you do that. And, you know, it's for the fungal inflammatory storms. And, I'm not quite even sure what that means, but let's just try this and see. Normally, like here, we would do the materialization breath, but let's not even have you do that. Let's have you just inhale it into the spine and into your, like, with your awareness on your jaws.
See.
Okay.
Yeah, individually, like, and either one can go first. It doesn't matter. But spine and jaws. I'd even go jaw, throat, back throat. And do that and let's see if that makes you feel better. And when it diminishes a little bit, we'll have you do the materialization breath. But I don't want to do the materialization breath right now with you already having like head disturbances, the visual and the back head pain or
Yes.
achiness. Like let's not potentially add more energy because like a lot of times like things that are like a migraine or a visual migraine can be like excessive amounts of energy in the head. The Ming Men will shoot it up And so then the head gets congested, and that's like part of the issue. And most likely it's coming from the spine and working the jaws. Sometimes the jaws will overact, with there's tension in the jaws. It will overactivate the Ming-Men. Then we're kind of targeting also if there is some sort of fungal overgrowth or an inflammatory process from any sort of fungus or something in the body, which we all have. It's just that sometimes it gets overgrown. And so let's just target this and see what happens and start doing it now. We're going to take a little break. Go ahead and start doing it now, and then let me know how you feel here shortly.
Okay, tell me again, jaw, throat, back, throat,
And spine.
spine. Okay.
Mhm.
I have to write it down to keep
And
on.
and if it's easy, Robert posted the oil choices and I posted the pattern in the chat.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're so welcome.
And so we're gonna do a break, Greg, or?
Yeah.
Let me just see if we had any more shares really quick. Do you want to do any more questions? Or
Yeah,
should we do a
if
break real quick?
anybody else.
Okay. So Brenda, you go ahead and do that and then we'll check in with you. Someone's asking, could some of these processes cause the body to detox a bit?
I mean, anything's always possible. Hasn't been my experience, but it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. Usually it just kind of regulates things. You're targeting vagal tone in very specific areas. And so, tension might leave the body, you might kind of turn on some processes, but detoxing hasn't been one that I've seen when I've treated people with this one-on-one. But, it doesn't mean it's not possible. Like what are the symptoms? What are the things that are coming up?
And you can type in or unmute yourself. Head and stomach discomfort.
Mm. And, I mean, there does look like there's like a virus that like this kind of targeted a little bit. And I don't know about the head, but it looks like it's more in the gut. And did this person use the,
I'll ask, what oil did you use?
yeah, what oil did you use?
The kit oil, the
The kid
virus.
oil. I would say still use the kid oil. I'd actually have you focus on your liver. Um, Try doing some work on your liver with that same blend, and then give me update, like, in 20 minutes or something.
Just a bunch of inhalation.
Yeah, bunch of inhalations just on your liver.
They said there's more stomach symptoms going on.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like, I think the head is like a byproduct of the stuff going on in the stomach. I don't think it's two individual things, but because it is impacting like nerves and things like that, I think you're feeling it in the head as well. But let's see what just focusing on the liver.
They said liver, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just focus on the liver.
Someone said, so relaxing, dropped the bottle a few times, the body melting into the chair. I use Siberian for premium. Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then I have a share over here. The body feels like it has more vital life force.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. I mean, the more that we kind of go through and handle these potentials of these different kinds of storms, um, the body should feel like less stressed and a more relaxed state. There's all different kinds of inflammations that are causes of inflammation. And so, too many to cover in this weekend, but this was a good starting point. But yeah, viruses impact us way more than we think. Way, way, way more than we think.
And
So,
we have had a couple people. So this one says, I love weird. A paid virus class would be amazing. Another person said, it could be a 1-day class, maybe.
Yeah.
So many people have these issues.
yeah, maybe we even do just like a booklet and then have like a
Yeah.
short little thing or something.
Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
we'll
We'll put something out. I don't know what that'll look like right now, but
And somebody else shared, I had a detox reaction. It sounds like it was yesterday. They said I scrape my tongue in the morning and I noticed a huge difference this morning.
good. All right, so we're gonna take a break. We'll come back at a quarter after, and we'll pick up with bacteria inflammatory storms. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Hey everybody, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 11 if you're following along in the booklet, and we're going to do the bacterial inflammatory storms. So in your kit, if you bought the kit for purchase, is bacterial inflammatory. I don't think we put the storms on there. We just said bacterial inflammatory.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then ginger, black cumin, yarrow, German chamomile, dark blue tansy, helichrysum galbanum, myrrh, or basil. So let's find something that you have. This could be affecting the gut. This could be affecting the sinuses, the respiratory tract. Who knows? Okay, so you have either the single oil or the blend, and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Then your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your front solar plexus, so below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then your back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then your spleen on the left-hand side of your body, below the ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, where you're at on the left side of the body, below the ribs, push through and come out on the back side, that same area on the back side. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel. And then the bottom of your tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of your tailbone. And then just pause and be still. You're just being still. How did this treat you? Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. You know, if you think of what the idea is with the viral storms, here we're doing bacterias, and then later we'll do fungals, is we're calming down various hyper reactivities in the immune system. So you're reducing the stress load of the immune system by going after these specific areas. And we might have issues here, but not really aware of it until we treat it. This one looks like it's knocking you up. Yeah. Okay, so let's do another round. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. Back heart. lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar, the middle of your back, below the shoulder blades. And then your spleen on the left hand side below your ribs. And then push through the body into the back spleen. So you're doing it on the back side. Boy, this one's really hitting you, yeah. And then the Ming Men, the low back area, the back side of the navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Well, this one I would say made Samantha yawn at least 30 times. And remember, yawning is like you're resetting the autonomic nervous system. You're shifting into a bit more repair mode. And so you're diminishing and taking out a hyper reactivity in an aspect of the immune system. Didn't really expect that for you, but like that, man, it looks like it almost knocked you out. Yeah.
So it wasn't until we got to the second round basic that I feel like I could feel my body was tense, and I was like, oh, like relax. Like
Right,
I
right,
had to consciously be like, whoa, relax.
right.
And I feel way more calm, way more energy now. But when we were on the Ming Ming just right before it, I was getting notes of bacteria in my sinuses.
You were?
Yeah, like I can literally, like, you know how you can
Yeah,
have that
yeah.
weird smell?
Yeah, yeah,
I was like, oh, so I
Yeah.
think
yeah.
there is something, obviously there's something there. Like my
Right.
body's reaction to.
And so remember that the immune system is one of the few systems that has like a kind of memory. And so, just like we go back and remember a past event, or you're kind of doing that, but with your immune system. Remember a past bacteria. Remember when those bacterias ran havoc on your system, and you're kind of resetting that response. And so, yeah, interesting. But shares or questions, we have a few minutes before we break for lunch, so let's go ahead and start doing shares and questions before we move on.
Don't make me share everything, Greg, guys. It was funny. I had a couple people be like, "Did we miss the solar?" And I went to the transcript. We didn't miss it. It was just
Yeah.
us being
Yeah.
like, um, yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
I kept dropping out and coming back on, dropping out. So I'm not sure where I went completely. But yeah, no, I wanted to back up. I sent you an email on the bacterial, but it was like COVID, German measles, mononucleosis, and the
Okay.
other ones. So there's a good list for you, but I forgot to
Okay.
add COVID.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I sent it out and I thank you so much. And I don't know what happened on this one. I think I'm gonna have to go through lunch and then figure it out as we go through lunch. Cause I kept just dropping out. It was like, where are we at?
Yeah, but if you think about it, like we're dealing with like a very specific stress response within the immune system, and you know, bacterial infections. I mean, we all have that to a certain extent. We've all been exposed to things, and even like cuts and things like that. And so we think of stress as just being this big thing in our body or not there or whatever, but like we're basically putting the immune system under a microscope a little bit and going, what about this? What about this? What about this? And really looking at like how to improve the function of the nervous system by unwinding different areas of stress. And the viral, the bacterial, and the fungal are three areas that, I mean, we all have exposures to that stuff. And so some of us are going to have more of a stressed out part of that immune system than others. But, it's tied to the overall stress response, and it's tied to, even our reactions with the environment. It kind of, if you look at it, we get stimulated by the environment in ways that we know and can recognize emotionally and mentally, like, that's so upsetting. But your immune system has the same thing, like, this exposure to these allergens is so upsetting, or these, potential bacterias, or, it has the same idea. It's just things that we don't really recognize. But we can be in environments and our body starts to have a kind of stress response, the immune system, and we have no idea other than we feel a little weird, or, we end up getting sick, or we have some weird symptoms that pop up that don't really make sense, or, they could be.
So in a way, we're calling them fourth in a way, we call them forth, and then kind of try to unwind the attachment
Yeah,
or refine
you're
that
just
attachment.
targeting each spot and you're just going, okay, that part of the immune system, calm down. And a lot of times because there's a memory there, like how we talk about like in situations when we get triggered, we go into an automatic behavior or automatic thinking. Your immune system can go into an automated response, even though something is not even potentially there, but it's just so like on edge that we start responding to things either over the top or with just a little stimulation where it might not even be present, but the body still responds like it's present.
It's almost hypervigilant in a
Yeah,
way.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's another way of saying it, hypervigilant,
yeah.
hyperreactive, hypervigilant. And we look at it from the point of view of the immune system, but here we're even taking it further down the rabbit hole and going, okay, not just in general, but like, what about this piece? What about this piece? What about this piece?
Mhm.
Um, like this class, like we were going through and doing this, like my original version was about twice as big. And I was like, that might be a little too intense for people, but we might come back around, in a few months and visit some of these other aspects of the immune system. And again, it's just about resetting, regenerating the immune response. And,
And re-educating us, and then re-educating us, we can help re-educate all of what we're addressing.
right,
And
right.
thankfully, nobody does that. And I think it's
No,
a key
this is a
component.
very relatively unique approach to going through and looking at the different pieces. I mean, one of the big ones is allergens, and like allergens, we could almost spend the whole weekend on. And so, there's a whole another ball of wax in that area. And, all of this still plays a role in our vagal tone and, our fight flight reactions. And so, we don't really think of fight flight as being as much in the body as it is, but it's a majority of it's in the body, you know. And so the more we calm these things down, like the idea of quercetin for allergies, for example, it acts as an antihistamine and it helps to lower allergens, but also it does help to reduce the stress response in the body and it helps to calm down the sympathetic nerve reaction and it does improve vagal tone somewhat, not completely, but somewhat. And so if you look at it through a different set of eyes, even like the use of quercetin for allergies is really what you're doing is you're reducing a kind of stress response in the immune system to a kind of specific stimuli.
Mm.
And when it's hyper vigilant or hyper reactive, we have these crazy allergic responses. And so it's really just another way of saying a part of my immune system is super overreactive, hyperreactive, hypervigilant, whatever words you want to use.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
you're
Thanks for
so
all the education you share
you're
with
so
us and your patience.
yeah, you're you're so welcome. You're so kind. Thank you.
And go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
I just wanted to say a huge thank you. Like, oh my goodness. After I had all the 4 oils you suggested, I went through all 4 of them. The sparklies are gone.
Good. Yeah, good.
And I realized my eyes were really puffy. And then going through this last piece with the bacterial inflammatory, the puffiness is going down. I think there's some interplay with all of this. And so
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree because even migraines can be, in here we're talking about a visual migraine, but it still can be like these weird overreactions in the immune system, and because it does, throw the nervous system into that like stress state, and It can overactivate the adrenals and throw off the kidneys. It just has this like cascading effect. And so,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah, I
that's the
don't want
thing
to
with
be.
migraines is there's so many different reasons why they happen. Like it's not just like, oh, it's this, and this.
Right.
You really have to kind of explore a bunch of different things, and I'm glad that's finding some relief for you.
Yes, thank you so much, so much.
Good.
We have one more quick share and then I
Okay.
think we'll hop over to someone said, could see a lot of sparkly light within my body expanding inside my cells. Toward the end, it was so blissful that my body felt like it was floating and not being here anymore. Felt very light.
Oh, good. Very good.
And then we do need to get Greg over and to the Sunday. So I'm posting the link there in the chat for you guys. And we'll be back from lunch at 1:30 Central.
Yeah, we're going to do a thing where we unwind like the stress response in general. So, it's something we've done before, but still good time to do it now. So join us if you can. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. And we are at the top of page 12. And so here we're doing the fungal inflammatory response or fungal inflammatory storms. And again, from the kit for purchase, there's a thing marked fungal inflammatory, but also black cumin, coriander, galbanum, ginger, gurgeon, helichrysum, Litsea cubeba, neoli, petitgrain, or tea tree. So pick out one of those. And with this, we actually do the materialization breath. So first off, before we get rolling, feel your body, feel the tension in your body, but I'd say also feel tension in your gut. Feel your gut. I'd say also feel like the sinuses. And then again, you're going to take the bottle, you're going to hold it to your chest. We're going to do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. So chin down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Do about 4 or 5 more on your own. And then when you're done, just be still. You're just being still. You're just being still, letting it incubate. Let's put the bottle to our chest again. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. When you're done, just be still. You're just being still. Okay, again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. So with this one of the things I like to do is like do the materialization breath, be still. And then I just start inhaling the oil, not really following a pattern. So let's do that. Go ahead and just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not with materialization or a pattern. You're just taking a lot of nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just let that all go. Pause and be still. This one feeling towards you. Yeah. But no big. I thought this would be the one for you. And again, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just a lot of nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then again, just pause and be still. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Just being still. Let it kind of incubate. Check in with your body. How does it feel in your gut? How does it feel in your sinuses? What do you notice? Yeah. Even the upper. Okay, so let's again just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not following a pattern, you're just doing some inhalation. Hmm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still for a minute. And again, just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. So my experience doesn't mean that it's going to be all the experiences, but my experience is usually you feel it in the gut, and you feel it usually up in the sinuses. I mean, there's always potential for other areas, but like Samantha is feeling it like in those two places, right? And um, because it's calming down, like processes are starting, and she's had like I don't know impacted mucus maybe, and like right now, like on the break, she's like I can blow my nose and get it out of there. And remember, stress um, aggravates situations that it aggravates things that are negative processes, or it shuts the healthy processes down. And so it's like you go through and you treat these inflammatory storms, and your body processes start doing again. And so, yeah, I mean, it should impact digestion, it should impact your sinuses, especially since you're feeling it up there. But we're going to do a couple more rounds and then we're going to talk about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do materialization breath. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. Just be still, be aware when you're done. Just be still. You're just being still. How's your breathing? Better. And then again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. Now just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just inhaling the oil. You're still inhaling. And just be still. Just be still. Okay. Let's go ahead and share experiences, and we're going to have a wide range of experiences, probably, especially on this one. So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Hey, hey.
You should be. Let's get you unmuted.
I had remuted myself there. On the first breath of this segment, I immediately started to get a headache above my left eye. So to me, sinus related, but
Yeah, that sounds sinuses. Yeah.
so I went in
Are you
after,
are you prone to sinus issues?
yes, definitely. I do nasal lavage every day. Otherwise, I get recurrent sinus infections. So I put a drop of galbanum on my wrist. That seemed to take the edge off of it, but I can still feel it there.
Yeah, like I would say good call. Like the galbanum will help like the discomfort, but it's also has an impact on lymphatic movement in your head. Looks like, part of it is like processes are getting kicked in, and there might be a little bit of stagnant lymph just like up in the head. And so like I'd even try like some bay laurel or helichrysum, things just kind of help facilitate um, movement. Even, you can just inhale those. Also, like maybe lymphatic blend,
Okay.
even poplar. Like, you can inhale poplar. But let's have you just inhale those for a couple minutes and then let me check back in on you. But I think if we get the lymph kind of opened up a little bit, that not only will the head feel better, but the sinuses will have, because it's not just like getting rid of mucus, but like when mucus has been there for a while, there can be bacterias, there can be like fungal growths, there can be all kinds of things, but there's usually a lot of inflammation as well. And so as your body starts processing that, if the lymph is real stagnant in the area, we just got to move the lymph. That's all you got to really do. Yeah.
And would bay laurel internal do as well?
Yeah, that would be helpful too.
Okay.
Because
I'll go
bay
through
laurel
that.
is super good for the lymph nodes, and it's kind of like a good tonic for the lymphatic system in general. And so that's always a good go-to one. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks. I'll go
So
try
try
that.
that for a few minutes, and then let's talk again here before
Okay.
we break. Yeah.
And
Thanks.
that's general inhalation or inhalation like in a
Yeah, you would
specific
just do
area?
general inhalation. You don't have to direct it anywhere, but you're also going to take a little bit internal. So.
And you guys can unmute yourself. You can type in. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. Seem to feel this one in my lungs,
Okay.
almost as if there was some very gentle cleaning or something happening.
Yeah, I would say so. Like what you just feel like tight, you feel like what are you feeling?
Well, after the last section before the lunch break, I remember thinking my lungs feel open and airy and clean and light and wonderful, and they had been feeling fine before that. But now there's this sense of like they might be clogged with something that they're trying to clear.
Mhm.
Very different than they did after the last segment. It's not
Yeah, it looks
almost
like your
like
lungs.
sticky,
What's that?
almost like something sticky on them that needs.
I was gonna say it looks like your lungs are trying to get rid of some like old mucus. Like it's probably not something from now, but in the past, and like sometimes it kind of hardens a little bit on the lungs, and the lungs can still function. They just like the areas just aren't as effective as they are. And I'd say you guys get a lot of rain up there, and there's a lot of trees. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so like mold is an issue for you guys. Even if you don't have allergies to molds, you still have exposure to the molds and things in the air. Same with like up in Washington, like Washington, Oregon. You know, there are a lot of moisture and a lot of big trees where the trees are wet and they'll throw off like molds and things. And so you have, you know, what you said in motion with the fungal support. You know, you could use different things, but this is one of those areas where, you know, you're dealing with like old hardened, you know, mucus. Like I don't know that I call it chronic because I don't know that I would call it like a condition like how, you know, bronchial spasms are a condition. It's just like this accumulation on the lung tissue. I would actually try mugwort. And mugwort is a good one to do when there's any sort of long-term mucousy issue where there's a buildup and the body's having a hard time processing it and making it go away. And you know, I kind of thought about it even for Robert, but I kind of like where we were going with Robert. And for you, I think it is just help facilitate getting that mucus out.
And that's just deep inhalation.
Yeah, just inhalation. You know, you can put your awareness on your lungs. I don't know that it's going to augment it too much. I think just inhaling it is probably pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
do
actually
that, and then let's see how you feel in 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I was actually going to ask you if you had a protocol for mold, because that's definitely on my radar.
So I would use
Like
this, and I
these.
would use fungal support. You know, the between the two, you should be able to reduce it quite a bit. Yeah.
That's what we're doing, right? Fungal support.
Right now we're doing the fungal inflammatory storm, so it's like the hyperreactivity in the
That's a
system,
separate
and then
blend.
fungal support. You could just do them by oils by themselves, like tea tree,
Mhm.
palmarosa, geranium, and savory are basically the things in fungal support, and they're all very antifungal.
What
And
about Menahem?
yeah, Benihi actually would work. Yeah, yeah, totally. Yeah, another very good antifungal.
So do work with the mugwort for a bit and then try one of those other oils.
Right. The other ones I would use more as like a long-term treatment. Right now, I would say let's just get the mucus moving, but then after that, to start tempering the response in the body to the molds and you know any sort of fungus in the area, like I would do like what we just talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But let's treat it with mugwort for just a little bit, and then in 5, 10 minutes, let's see how you're doing.
I'll do that. And I'm just curious why the lungs felt so open and light and airy after the last segment. And is it because something got generated with this?
No, but like they might feel nice, open and airy based on like, you know, how you tune into them and everything. And they still could feel that way with a layer of old mucus in the lungs. But now that you've kind of stirred that up and the body's like starting to kick that off, you know, it will improve function and make them feel even better once that's been processed. And so that was there, but now that your body is starting to um, uh, start to have activity to throw off mm, the effects of, you know, exposures to mold and funguses, your lungs are going into a deeper level of processing.
Okay,
And so, you know, it's just that wasn't on. So like they felt good for where you're at, but now you're increasing the potential for something.
okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And somebody shared my body, this was during the process, and then they had a share after as well. So my body is becoming tighter, more in my left shoulder and knee, very tight and sore. It started after inhalation. The left side of the throat, neck are with shoulder and knee tightening. The sensation became a little lighter after the last round, but still there. I felt no noticeable sensation in the sinus or gut.
So shoulder and knee. That's an odd one. Shoulder and knee. As weird as it sounds, is I would say that's still a respiratory response. You know, the breath being off can cause like tension in different areas of the body, you know, the shoulder, the leg. Usually it would be the whole leg and maybe not just the knee, but does this person have rosemary verbena?
I'll ask.
Rosemary verbena or red myrtle?
It was me. I used the fungal support oil that I had for inhalation.
For this process?
Yeah.
Hmm. Do you have any of the single oils that are listed there?
Um,
Black cumin, coriander, galbanum, ginger.
yeah, I have a galbanum and I also have a black seed oil. I wasn't sure if black seed and black cumin is the same.
They're super close. Let's
Okay.
have you use the galbanum.
Okay.
Do the galbanum and just do a bunch of inhalations.
Okay. I used
Yeah.
galbanum a lot for the other ones. So I was thinking, and they both were next to each other as I was taking this, and it smelled like black cumin. So I went ahead with fungal support oil. But some reason it's like just the backside of the neck and then
Yeah.
the muscles
The,
in the neck.
the fungal support is more about going after the mold or the funguses, where here we're
Okay.
trying to raise the vagal tone
Okay.
of that response. And
Got
so let's do some things to raise the vagal tone of it so it improves the function so we can maybe have a deeper level of healing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. You're so welcome. So like do inhalation and then do the materialization breath a few times.
And then go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, hey, I'm wondering if this thing I have in my throat, right? Is that kind of related to some sort of inflammation thing, do you think? Or
Remind me what's going on with your throat.
yeah, because you know how I'm kind of raspy,
Mm.
and it got kind of cleared with some lymphatic work that Anthony did, and then Di has been giving me this tea that actually I was able to expel a couple of like kind of grayish brownish chunks. I mean, it felt
Mhm.
like it really loosened it up. So I'm wondering if there's anything in this inflammation piece, do you think that might help with that?
I mean, I would definitely try bacterial and the fungal components
Okay.
right off the bat. I mean, it's always possible that there's a viral component. It would probably be something that is one of the, you know, because some viruses come and go and some, you know, they're squatters. They stay, you know, and they hide out and you know, it's always possible that it's one of those squatters, but I would say right off the bat, I'd go probably bacterial or fungal right off the bat. You know,
Okay.
because if you think about like the sinuses, so much of what happens there is we are filtering out or reacting to things in the environment.
Right.
that, we might not be aware of, but the sinuses have to kind of filter some of that stuff out so that it doesn't end up down in the lungs. And it doesn't mean that some of it doesn't end up down in the lungs, but the unwinding of the sinuses and everything. Um, like we use fungal support for Samantha's and it gets better, but still there's some sort of inflammatory response. And
And
like at
same,
first she was saying like, oh, I don't really feel anything. And then she was like, I feel like I could blow out a bunch of big chunks of something.
yeah,
And again,
yeah,
if you think of stress, it means like areas in your sinuses have just shut down. Like they just shut down.
okay.
And so now that they're up and functioning again, the body starts kind of processing things. And so you're able to, maybe blow your nose better or like you said, spit something out or
Yeah, because
something
it's
about it.
definitely something right there. Is there like a little pocket around the throat area or the larynx area?
Yeah, like you can have definitely little accumulations there and
Okay.
sometimes it might even be lymph nodes that you might be
Oh,
feeling, it might not be exactly that spot, but
okay, okay. Because I've been doing the fungal support for Candida, and that's
Mhm.
definitely helped. So maybe I'll flip between like something from the bacterial side and also keep going with the fungal
Yeah.
support.
So, I mean, bacterial wise, any form of thyme is always good. Bay laurel is super good.
I love that
Bay,
stuff.
bay
Love that
laurel
stuff.
and
Yeah.
like thyme thuyonol are like, if I'm not sure what it is, that's what I'll usually go to. I mean, I rotate through all different kinds of thyme.
Okay.
And so I would put that in the mix and you could still keep using your fungal support. But you could start adding that in as in the
As
mix and
something to
yeah,
swap in. Okay.
yeah.
Good. Cool. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi. Uh, I wanted to say a couple of things, but on that fungal support, is that just for inhalation, not internal?
No, you could do both.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let's see, my right sinus stays stopped up a good bit of the time. Anyway, and through the process, I was not really noticing any change. But when we stopped, it might be a little bit like Samantha. When we stopped and you were having questions and so forth, comments, it really opened up. So
Oh,
that's
good.
great. I'm so excited
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And my ear tends to stop up. Uh, anyway, I have a few other comments in that,
Mhm.
particularly as we were just inhaling the oil, with not focusing on anything. Um, I started having this little movie, watching this internal movie, and it was times when I had uh, difficulties, traumas, painful situations. Ooh, yeah, it was floating through like a little movie, and
Mhm.
I had some tears. And anyway, right, at the very end, right before stopped and opened for comments, um, what dropped into my head was Mexican jumping bean. So anyway,
Right.
like,
Yeah, yeah.
well, I haven't heard that since I was like 10 years old and younger. And but I'm sure that was probably what I had was a toy, but I had to Google it while you were talking to the other people. Anyway, I guess some people are familiar with them, but I was not. But the real ones are actually a larva that then becomes a moth, and matures and comes out and
Hmm.
flies away. So I thought that was interesting that this process would bring that to my mind.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah. But your sinuses have opened, and are you able to blow your nose?
Well, it's not nothing there to blow, really. It
Okay.
just kind of like it swells a little.
Yeah, it gets swollen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe keep working this one for a
I
little.
will. I
Yeah,
will.
for like the next week or two. Or
Yeah.
something.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, because if you think like an inflammatory storm, it could be a whole cascading effect through a wide area, and it doesn't necessarily mean both sides. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're still welcome.
Someone said, I had a question from last morning's session before going to a star sacred space. I have a persistent reoccurring sty on my upper left eyelid for the last 2 months. I have been using a prescription ointment for it and am applying heat. I have a severely compromised immune system right now due to immune therapy. Is the bacterial inflammatory protocol what I should do often for this? Or do you have any other suggestions? I don't want it, I don't want it to get out of hand. I have an appointment with an ophthalmologist, but it isn't until September. The sty is back now, and this weekend's class has helped it a lot.
Yeah, I would probably do more of the immune vagal tone and the inflammatory vagal tone. I mean, you could still do the bacterial component. The other thing that I think I would throw at it is do the eye bright tincture, like probably 2 or 3 times a day, like a whole dropper full. Mix it with water, and if you can just put it in your mouth and drink it, that's fine. I don't find it to be that strong where I need to wash it down with water, but I would do that. But I would also say supporting the immune system. Wait, so they're going through immunotherapies? Yeah. Okay. Immunotherapies. Yeah, I would say there's variations of things that will stimulate the immune system, but I have one. I don't think we've ever put it on the site. The one for toning the immune system. I think I just call it Tonify or something. We don't have anything like that on the. No, I don't think we did. So I do have something that I can make you, and I can tell you what's in it. And part of it is to like do like it's strengthening and toning to the immune system, but a lot of times we think of like the immune system as something that we need to like stimulate or strengthen, when a lot of times it's the immune system's been overworked. Even though it might not be fighting off like viruses and bacterias and things, it still has been like probably hyper vigilant for a while. Almost everybody's immune system's that way. And so like the strengthening or the toning comes through like fortifying and regulating the immune system. And like if you look at it from the energetic model, it's usually the back solar plexus that needs the work. A lot of our immunity is in the gut, but the back solar plexus especially can be an issue. And so like I have this thing that in my notes it's just called Tonify. but it's Melissa, Ravensara, St. John's wort, Pettigrew, Opopanox, Angelica, and vetiver, valerian. Um, uh, there's a substantial amount of valerian in it, you know, compared to the other ingredients. And then Litsea cubeba. And, you know, if we look at the idea of the valerian is like a restorative to the body, like when the body's been out of whack or it's been agitated or it's, you know, had to do a bunch of things. It's been in a stress state. You know, if the body's been chaotic for a while, it's a way to like restore homeostasis. And in doing so, it strengthens the immune system compared. It strengthens the immune system along with adding these other things. You know, they all kind of have their components that they fortify and tone, and so it's really about like treating immune system that's very depleted. And that's, you know, if you're doing immune therapies where they're reducing it, or sometimes life just will make the immune system really run down. This is a way, I mean, I find that you start noticing effects like pretty quickly, but it's still kind of like a long-term treatment. It's not going to be like a thing for a week or two. It's going to be for, you know, probably like 90 days or something. Yeah. But I can make that for you. Like uh I probably already have it blended and I can just need to bottle it.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so I just wrote like ask Greg for Tom.
Yeah. I mean, we can maybe even just put that on the site tomorrow in the newsletter.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, we'll put it on the newsletter tomorrow. Yeah. You know, I probably have 250 blends that are in my notes that I just haven't put like on the site. And part of it is I just don't want to overwhelm you guys. So a lot of times I use it for specific situations, but I don't necessarily always have everything on the website. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
And somebody shared, I can feel my entire body learning to let go and relax.
Yeah.
Lots of re-education, becoming clearer and easier to ask it and call up the relaxed response.
Yeah, and you know, the thing that I thought was very interesting, like when we broke for lunch and you know, we did our Sunday session and everything. And then you know, we were sitting down for our lunch. I started scanning Samantha and her body was throwing off a bunch of stress. And it wasn't like emotional or mental stress, it was mechanical stress. It's like areas in the body that had not been functioning well were like, you know, kicking off the cobwebs and getting movement happening. And you know, I don't know how you felt at lunch, but
Well, and I mean, you asked me, and I just was like, I feel relaxed. Like it was like I didn't feel like in fight flight. I just kind of felt like, okay.
yeah.
I didn't feel like it was uncomfortable though, you know, when you
Mhm.
were scanning and it was,
Mhm.
I was like, okay.
You know, and that's the thing is like fight flight isn't always external stimuli. Sometimes it's internal stimuli and things we're just completely unaware of, you know. Yeah, I think a lot of times that, you know, when we start talking about flight, we think of emotional or mental reasons when your body can just be in a kind of crisis and you don't even know it. And so we're just kind of step by step going over and just flipping over all the rocks and going, what about here? What about here? What about here? And, you know, even though, you know, like a couple people I think have felt like, oh, something's happening. Like when you go through in your process and you get it kind of resolved, you'll notice that the body feels stronger, you feel better, and even emotionally and mentally, there will be a byproduct. Like your mind feels quieter, your emotions feel calmer, less body tension, things of that nature. And so,
And go ahead, Robert.
hey, Robert, how'd you
Hey,
do?
doing much better.
Yeah.
At first, it started to move and to split into pieces, and I thought, okay, what's going on here? But then they all just started dissipating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I
so
think it was
that
just stagnant lymph. Like it just,
And then when you were talking to Barbara about the mugwort, I picked that up and did some breathing cycles of that.
oh,
And
good.
that seemed to help too. And I'm not sure in which way, but it was like now I can actually look back and see how I felt at lunchtime, like you were talking with Sam just now.
Mhm.
And I look back at lunch and say, oh, I did all that stuff at lunchtime and it wasn't effortful like normal.
Right.
It just
Right.
was nothing
Right.
big. It just was something done, So I think I've worked out of where I got into. Like you say, something turned on and it had to
Right.
clean house first before it
Right.
could actually do its job. So
Right. Right. Yeah.
well,
Good.
thank you.
Like I would keep working the lymphatic, component for the head for just I don't know, for a few days or something, especially since you've always had to clean up the mucus and things. But I'd probably rotate back and forth between bacterial and fungal,
Okay.
inflammatory responses and see if that doesn't calm all of that down. It might not make it completely go away, but it will probably make your body much more like the treatments for it will become more effective.
And as I'm sitting here and breathing, you know how after you have like a tense situation and your body's unwinding and you have that sort of stutter breathing
Yeah.
as it
Yeah.
relaxes? I'm going through that and I can feel my body relaxing.
Oh, interesting.
So I
Yeah,
like,
this might be much more of a bigger thing for you than, I mean, you're obviously, you know, hosing out your sinuses every day, with the
yes.
water. And so, I mean, huh. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think of San Diego as having like a lot of mold and things, but do you think? Yeah.
Not as much as I would think, but it didn't start happening until I moved to San Diego.
Huh.
And that was
I mean, there's moisture, but
33 years ago.
yeah.
And it is still one of my areas of weakness. And if I miss a couple days of the lavage, then I can start feeling things clog up. The breathing gets tougher.
Hmm.
It feels like you have to blow something out and you can't. And it eventually works out when I start the lavage again and do some things with oils. And so I'm never alarmed. But it would be nice to get rid of all of it to let it out.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say work the lymphatic for a little bit, and then I'd even throw like the red myrtle or the sinus vagal tone in the mix at some point, and just see if you can't deepen the effect specific to the sinuses.
Okay, I
Yeah,
will do that. Thank you very much.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there, so I've been sniffing mugwort for a while. My lungs feel different, but they
Hmm.
don't feel as good as they did before this segment.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
it almost feels like instead of like whatever's coating them feels thicker. But in addition, I've got this really thick film of mucus trying to drain from my sinuses. It's kind of stuck up my upper throat. And so
And that happened just with the fungal, or did that happen with bacterial or viral as well?
that seemed to happen when I started inhaling the mugwort.
Hmm.
But it could have been subtly happening before that. But it was dramatic once I started inhaling the mugwort.
Okay, so I would continue with the mugwort for a little bit, and then do you have like a Nula? Do you happen to have a Nula?
A little bottle in some kit somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, like probably the plant
Teachers is
teachers.
probably the
Yeah,
easiest one to grab.
like do the mugwort for a little bit longer, and then switch over and do the Anula, and just see if we can break some of that. It all sounds like old mucus, and so, you know, again, I think you'll feel better afterwards, but let's get you through like not feeling bad as your body's getting rid of it.
Okay.
But, and then I would say, from time to time, probably doing the fungal inflammatory just as like tune-ups, just because of the exposure to molds and things like
Mhm.
that in the air quality there.
Okay.
Yeah.
you.
Okay, and Robert posted Anula was in generational healing, soothing the 9 different types of fear, the physical and spiritual aspects of the vagus nerve. So
Hmm.
maybe we didn't put in plan teachers, and if we did, I need to look at that. And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
I I have had a chronic sinus infection, but starting late last fall, my nose is swelled up, and I can't use my CPAP.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that's pretty swollen.
Yeah, and so like I've been trying a bunch of things, and finally the other day I found that tea tree takes the swelling down. It helps. Tea tree gets rid of my asthma too, but I I don't, I have a right face spastic paralysis, and it pulls my uh, face back and narrows my nasal chamber, and
Sure. Sure,
it,
sure.
it, it doesn't flow well.
Hmm. So out of the viral, bacterial, and fungal things that we've just done today, which one do you feel like you reacted to or had a strong response to?
Um, well, my immune system is somewhat compromised, and uh, uh, since I had chronic meningitis for 20 years, the internal medicine doctor that I see that does homeopathy, Friday, he gave me meningitis nosode to see if there's some residual from that. But uh, I've tried to use homeopathic to get rid of a lot of things, and it has, because I had, you know what, like chicken pox and the fever blisters and all that, and Epstein-Barr. So I took something for that, and then it came up clear on the blood tests. And I did the stuff for the homeopathic nosodes for the um, um, strep throat and the other one. And so they don't show up on any blood tests anymore. But and then I had I had walking pneumonia, and I had mycobacterial pneumonia. And so I took homeopathics for that and got rid of that.
So, but out of the three things we did today, which one impacted you the most? The viral, the bacterial, the fungal?
I don't know, but the tea tree I used for the fungal, and it takes the swelling out of my nose
Mhm.
for a while. Um, I mean, we did all the stuff yesterday and then my
I,
nose
I would
just
say
swelled up
maybe the
last
thing
night.
from yesterday, do the inflammatory vagal tone. Like try working that one again. Like and not just again, I would do it maybe daily for a little while.
When I did it yesterday, it swells my nose back up. So I get confused about if that, I get more swelling, is that, should I try something different or what?
Well, that sounds like a paradoxical response. So
Well, so then when I did it was just the other day that I tried the tea tree instead, and it takes the swelling down in my nose. And I've had a lot of joint swelling, so I put some on the joint and some swelling went down. That I just rubbed it into my wrist joint.
okay, well, let's have you like maybe do that for a little bit, and I maybe even since tea tree's
What?
working for you, maybe even Naoli, which is in the tea tree family. Like even give that a little bit of a shot, and that can be kind of fortifying to the immune system, but like little by little. And let's see if that, anytime you see a paradoxical response, it's almost like, how there's PTSD, there's like almost like this level of in your body, like a kind of PTSD where it's been so stressed out that response actually flips, and things that would be good for you feel bad, and things that are bad for you feel good. And so that you're having opposite responses to things that are anti-inflammatory, that usually means that some area of the immune system and or the nervous system have been so stressed out that they've done the little flip. And so like if tea tree's working for you, double down on the tea tree. And I would even experiment a little bit with Naoli.
On my blood tests, I have too much histamine and
Yeah,
adrenal exhaustion.
yeah. Yeah, that's just validating what I just said. Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Give
The-
that a shot.
For
With the tea tree or the
the
nail?
exhaustion.
Yeah, then the Naoli will help the exhaustion a little bit more than the tea tree, but let's see if you can even tolerate it. So,
And Robert posted how to spell the Naoli there, so you can hopefully find it. You probably have it. in-
yeah, you have it somewhere with all the classes you've done. You have it somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, and for like the PTSD stuff, is that
No, it's like your body gets overstimulated. It's not really like PTSD. It's like your body can have these like overstimulations that's like kind of like I was making a reference to, like it's kind of similar to PTSD, but in the body. And so let's start with the tea tree and Naoli and see how you do with that.
what about the valerian?
Yeah. I would try one thing at a time so you can see how it works. I mean, valerian could definitely be a good restorative, but the thing is like when the body is really fatigued, like when you're having paradoxical responses, valerian will actually act as a stimulant, like it flips like what it does. And so it was one of the ways that I would used to check people for exhaustion is I'd give them a drop of valerian. And I was like, do you feel relaxed or you feel like getting up and doing a bunch of things? And if people said felt like getting up and doing a bunch of things, they were having a paradoxical response. And so I would say valerian eventually, but let's try the tea tree and the Naoli for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Lavanya.
Hey, Lavanya.
Hey there, a quick question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take so much time. So what you said kind of threw me off later. So fungal support for internal take is different from fungal inflammatory storms. If
Right.
so, how do we use, when do we use which one?
Well, the fungal inflammatory storms is like what we're doing now. And so you're doing it to reset the vagal tone, very specific to how the body responds to funguses and molds and things like that. The fungal support would be the way that you go through and treat funguses in the body and things like that. But if your body is not responding well, you know, even when you take that, it still might have an effect, but it could be very slow. So one is the fungal inflammatory storms is for improving your body's ability to deal with the inflammation and to react to that. And then the fungal support is specifically about going after it. So yeah,
Yeah.
so you can use them in conjunction, you know,
Got it.
because like that's the problem with like a symptom-oriented approach. It only works as well as the body is working in that area. And so like if an area is compromised and you're taking something, the response will be like, it didn't really work or
Mm.
worked a little bit. And so by using the inflammatory storm, you're increasing the body's potential to address that. And then the fungal support comes in to specifically address it.
Okay, that really
Yeah.
explains it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're
And
so
which one, like, can I ask, like, what's the main oils in the fungal inflammatory support? Is it like black cumin and?
it's all those ones listed in the single oils.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yep.
it's a combination, like,
Yeah, so it's a combination of all of those.
okay. Got it. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donina.
Hi, Greg. Hi, everyone. Just a quick share and just observation, I think.
Mhm.
During the practices, I am so, you know, every time we repeat it, it goes deeper and I relax more and more
Mhm.
visions, you know, the body
Sure.
feeling blissful and all that. But then afterwards, you know, it relaxes, but afterwards I feel stiff, you know, when break or something. It's like there's
I
more.
think you're having the same thing Robert is, like you lymphatic congestion. Yeah, like anytime you feel like a stiffening up like that, you know, in the head, it feels a little bit different, like with Robert, but like I would do things to flush out like lymph, and your body is processing some stuff more. And so, again, like bay laurel, helichrysum, poplar, you know.
I'm taking daily a lot of like stuff. So there's something
A blue flag in there?
I do.
You do take blue flag every day?
Oh, I don't take it every day, but I have it. I take lemon.
Maybe try doing some blue flag. You could also try doing some golden seal, but I'd still probably tone it up with like some bay laurel as well. And
I
you know,
love bay laurel. I
yeah,
have
who doesn't?
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
yummy. But there is also as you were talking with Barbara, I was like, oh, how do my lungs feel? And I was like, oh, they're stiff. There's tightness there in my lungs, in the chest, kind of like I didn't even notice before that.
That still probably could be muscular. Like given the response in the rest of the body is, you know, a lot of the movement in the lungs depends on skeletal muscles. And so if you're having that response in the other parts of your body, your muscles that help with respiration are probably stiff, and that's the stiffness you're feeling.
And do you know, there's an observation and there's a memory because I'm leaving, you know, I'm preparing for a trip in a week. And the last few times I was traveling to the same, you know, to see my mom. Beforehand, there was just so much stuff happening. So it was crazy to the point where I would leave, you know, exhausted and beyond stressed. And now I am on purpose, kind of like being slow, you know, slowing down, not to get that. But I think it's like what you said, it's the body remembers that overwhelmed because I feel calm, yet I feel there's weirdness in my body.
Yeah, like there is a lot of body memory, you know. Like here we're dealing with the immune system, but you know, the nervous system remembers and the endocrine system remembers. And so as a byproduct of the nervous system remembering, we also have like muscle memory because the there's parts of the nervous system that express themselves through the muscle. And you know, it's how we get up and move our arms and move our, you know, move our legs and everything. And so sometimes when we have like these old past like memories, or we have like a body memory, the muscle will start responding as if it's, you know, because the body can't tell that like that was then, this is now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it has no concept of that. Like if it has body memory of that past event, it's like it's happening right now. You know, that's the thing with the body staying in a stress state is it doesn't differentiate between now and sometimes even 20 years ago. And so when we go through and we reset the different parts of the nervous system, you know, it does kind of reboot and let those things go. But you know, for whatever reason, like you said, last time was crazy. So you're starting to feel it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it.
Tarragon by
Right?
itself is a good way to increase the vagal tone of the muscle. You know, just that will do it. Like even the muscular vagal tone, you know, it'll be in an upcoming class, you know, tuning the divine calm in the future. The majority of it is tarragon with other things to augment it, but I mean, it's probably half tarragon and half other oils.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
basically,
And I don't know if you remember or you were around back then, but a long time ago, I think you were there when I taught it in Sarasota. I did a class with it was sleep, lymphatic,
yeah,
and
yeah.
memory, right? You remember that? So, like one of the very first steps in the sleep part was relaxing the muscle. You know, because if your muscles don't relax, you have a hard time falling asleep and staying asleep. And we used tarragon. Like that's the thing that we used. And, you know, if you think about like, oh, relaxing muscles, you know, you could use marjoram, you could use all kinds of things. But the idea was, you know, I wasn't using this verbiage back then, but I was operating on the same like kind of approach is that not only do we want to relax the muscle, but we want to shift the vagal tone of the muscle. And, you know, tarragon is really super good for that. It's really super good for that.
Perfect. I'll dig it
Yeah.
up and I'll start inhaling because
Yeah.
I'm observing, I'm noticing how it's
Yeah.
not me. It's not now, but it's just me.
Yeah. And, you know, tarragon, good antispasmodic, good anti-inflammatory. You know, so you're kind of hitting a lot of different things with just using the tarragon for what you're feeling right now.
Maybe that's why yesterday Spikenard jumped in to just reset myself.
Right.
And
But still treat some lymphatic stuff. Just get
I'm
things
taking,
moving.
that's what I'm not sure. I'm even taking CoQ10, you know, for inflammation. I'm taking lymphatic like in every day, tinctures, lemongrass oils, Bayloral, and it's still not, it's almost like either the
Hmm.
body's processing too much or something big, something, it's just not catching up with it. I don't know. Every day I'm taking stuff for it. A few times a day even.
Okay. So I mean, try these things for just a little bit and we'll kind of watch how your body reacts.
Okay, thank
And
you.
then we'll fine tune. Yeah.
And for
Maybe
tarragon,
a gallon of it.
Tarragon application can be inhalation and or internal.
Internal, yeah.
Mm.
Maybe I need a gallon of something. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Okay, I think that's good. So how about we'll take a break? We'll come back at 25 after and we'll start doing a little regeneration on the body
What time? Sorry.
at 25 after.
20.
Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 13, segment 7. And this is regeneration for inflammatory storms. So this helps just to strengthen and tonify all these processes. Okay, so in the kit for purchase, you have regeneration for inflammatory storms, but single oils, black cumin, frankincense, galbanum, helichrysum, lemon verbena, melissa, opopanax, Roman chamomile, or turmeric. And my apologies, there's a typo there where it says body awareness basic. My iPad fills things in sometimes and I didn't catch it. Basic's not supposed to be there.
And so if you guys are looking at the regular booklet, it showed that. If you're looking at the chat, it's correct. And we will
Yeah.
be updating the booklet
Yeah.
for you guys. So
Okay, so the very first thing you're going to do is you're going to practice body awareness. So you're aware of your whole body. Where do you feel something? Like Robert, for example, probably feels something up in his head, and Barbara probably feels something in her lungs. You know, wherever you feel it, in your body, in your head, you know, in the organs. So first be aware of it. And with your awareness on that area of your body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Mhm. Like Samantha was saying, she feels it in her jaws. When I feel it like in my shoulder that I injured so many years ago, or my back. Like I feel it in, you know. So it's going to be very specific to you and things that go on in your body. So assess it, and then you're inhaling. You're still practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let that go for a moment and just be still. Just let that go and be still. And then if they have galvanism too. Now, we want to reassess body awareness again. Where do you feel it in the body? Your awareness is on that area. Begin taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. She's getting rosemary verbena mixed up. Just pause and let go. Just pause and let it go. Now, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. With your awareness on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Brain and spine both at the same time. Brain and spine both at the same time. Your brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the soles of your feet. And then let that go for a moment. And again, check in with your body. How does your body feel? Where do you feel something in your body? Your awareness is on that area of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. And just letting go. Let go of everything. Just be still, let it incubate. Okay, check in with your body again. Body awareness. Where do you feel it? Wherever you feel it, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area. Let that go. And just being still for a moment. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your spine. Your brain and spine both at the same time. Your awareness is on the brain and soles of your feet. And then let it go. Assess your body. Where do you feel it in the body? And then your awareness is on that. You're observing it and begin inhaling. And then just be still. Just be still. How does this make it? Yeah. And just pause and be still. Just pausing and being still. Let's just take some nice, long, slow, deep inhalations, not even directing it anywhere. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. What did you notice for yourself?
Like something's resetting.
Mm. So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in.
My brain feels different.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, you guys. You know, I went back to the citronella to kind of break things up, and then
Mhm.
I went back to the regeneration inflammatory. I went back and forth a little bit of black cumin, but there seemed to be something that needed. And once it did, I could feel it drain, just like draining behind my eyes, behind my neck.
Oh, good.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, good, good.
So thank you.
Yeah, good, good. Yeah,
A lot of drainage stuff on this.
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if you think, the respiratory system and the digestive tract are heavily impacted by the immune system. And so, yeah.
And my sinuses were, have had a thing. And I mowed the lawn when we were on lunch break. So I have
Oh,
5
wow.
oak trees. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
5 oak trees. So I came back all, not right away, but all congested. So this all broke that all up.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
You're so welcome.
A little more quiet on this one. Not quite as active as that fungal one was.
Mhm. We'll probably even calm some of that stuff down.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how about we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll do pain vagal tone.
Okay.
25 after. Hey, everybody. So we are on page 14, the last segment, segment 8. And this has to do with pain vagal tone. It's basically our response to pain. Pain will put the body into high levels of stress. You know, there's different kinds of pain, but the more we can calm these things down, it's not just, oh, it makes me more comfortable. There is a deeper level of stress relief, relaxation, and body function that happens when you go through and address this. I'd say out of all the things we've done the last 2 days, this one's my favorite. And so in the kit for purchase, you have pain, vagal tone, single oils or black pine, dark blue tansy, frankincense, vital, ginger, helichrysum, anula, mandarin, petitgrain, Roman chamomile, and rosemary. So choose something out of that grouping. Now, keep in mind, this is about the body's response to pain. You know, is it able to not go into such a fight flight mode? Okay, and so the very first thing you're going to do before you even get going on a pattern is you're going to practice body awareness. Be aware of your body. Where do you feel anything in your body right now? You're aware of your body. Inhale with your awareness on that area of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Now we're going to start with the chakras. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Move your awareness to 1.5 inches below your navel. Your awareness is on the crown, the top of your head. The area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on the front solar, that area below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar, that mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar. The bottom of the tailbone, your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Then pause and be still. Now, let's do body awareness again. I know last time we just kind of assessed the body, but let's go to areas that are compromised in your body. So if you have a bad back, a bad knee, a bad shoulder, bad neck, whatever that might be, choose one and start inhaling in on that area. Even if it's not hurting right now, just inhale in on that area. You're on one of your areas, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause and let it go. Or dark blue dancing. Now, you can do the same one or you can do a different area, but your awareness is on one of your compromised areas. You're observing it. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And let's do it one more time, either the same area or you can pick a new area. You're observing. Inhale as you observe. And then move your awareness to your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Say your ankle, navel. Half below your navel. Your awareness is on your crown, very top of your head. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then the back solar plexus, the mid back area below your shoulder blade. And then pause. Just pause and let go. You're just being still. So I'm just going to share my experience. Like I do this in general. I hit my spots, where I've had injuries or, have a little bit of arthritis or, whatever it might be. And then I kind of go through and just visit parts of the body. And the thing with pain is it does impact the will, your will. And so, like that idea of the crown, ajna, front and back solar plexus, and basic, these are all hitting different kinds of will. And it does help to kind of reset that and ease like a kind of tension out of the body. It does take some of the tension, especially out of um, the surface muscles, but also some of the core muscles that might be protecting the spine and things like that. And so I find this a good way to augment any sort of pain treatment that I'm doing. And I'd say lately even I do this and I haven't even been putting the things for spasms or pain in the body. I haven't even been putting things on there quite like I used to. And so I would say that it also decreases like a kind of tension or spasms in the body as well. And it's not because it's an antispasmodic, but it's because of it shifting the nervous system to a point where when our body is in a certain kind of fight flight, that's usually associated with pain, is that one of the ways is that it manifests as postural distortions and then spasms or contractures in the body. And so the more that I use this, the more that that stuff unwinds. And so I was going to say, let's go ahead and do shares and questions, and we're going to still do another round of this. But let's go ahead and, do your shares of questions, unmute yourself, type in. Let's cover that, and then we'll end with going through and doing another round.
Yeah, go ahead, Tajal.
Hey.
Let's get you unmuted.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
Hey, I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you for wonderful class. I feel so relaxed.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah. So I have a couple of questions
Sure.
regarding this pain Veggelton oil, and I have another pain relief neuropathic oil. So what is the difference between two oils? Because
Well, with the pain vagal tone, you're not necessarily treating the pain itself. Like all the things with vagal tone, it's about like how your body handles it and processes it. So it's not necessarily an either or. It's the pain vagal tone is how your body responds to pain, which would then make like the pain relief neuropathic more effective. The more that your body is not in a good vagal state, the harder whatever the condition is to treat. Like it becomes less and less responsive to treatment. And so if you're treating something and you're not really getting a response, it means that the body is in a crazy stressed out state. And there's lack of vagal tone as far as it's concerned with whatever that issue is. And so, you know, a lot of times we go, well, this didn't work, I'll try something else. So, you know, you can do that, but usually what the issue is poor vagal tone specific in that area. So this is the pain vagal tone is about increasing or improving vagal tone so that whatever kind of other treatment that you're using to manage the pain, to increase body tension becomes more effective.
Okay, so when I'm combining this neuropathic oil or any other oil, first do this cycle of pain vagal tone and then apply the oil on the affected part?
I would inhale the vagal tone, the
Mhm.
pain vagal tone,
Mhm.
and you could put that on, you know, before or after. It doesn't really matter, you know,
Okay.
because you're doing two things kind of simultaneously. So, you know, you could put the ointment on and then inhale the pain vagal tone or vice versa, but they would definitely go hand in hand with each other. Yeah.
Okay. And another question was from yesterday to today, like this last cycle, like a lot of different kind of burp, or maybe you can say releasing the gas coming out. I don't know.
Burping, like
Oh, and that's usually a solar plexus thing. Your solar plexus is releasing. Yeah.
So do I need to do, like, do you recommend till I see you next week any other previous classes or maybe the solar plexus?
I would do
chakra
this one
class?
again. Like honestly,
This whole
if
class?
if you were having burping and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I would go back through and work the immune vagal tone, the inflammatory vagal tone. I would work that again. You know, all of
Oh,
that stuff hits the solar plexus really hard. So I would do that.
okay, I don't have the kit, but now when it's available, I'm going to do this. So meantime, I can use the oil, same oil, which I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
used,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
and go ahead, Babette.
Hey, Babette.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, I have a question about whether I can use these oils specifically on my eye and more specifically on the retina of the eye.
What do you mean on your eye?
Well, in other words, my complication is that my retina has had
But you're talking about breathing into your eye, or you're talking about
yes, sir.
rubbing it?
No, breathing into, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, totally you could do that, you know. Probably the one for the pain inflammatory, what's it called?
Yeah.
Inflammatory pain tone, or not pain. Inflammatory vagal tone.
Oh, inflammatory.
Yeah, that's the one that I would probably do. I mean, you could do the immune vagal tone as well.
Okay, because there was one of them that we did that I remember getting really tired on. The regeneration made me really sleepy.
Oh,
Should
then
I think about,
I-
so I thought maybe that one would be an option.
I would like if it made you sleepy, it's doing, you know, because anytime you go out of stress state, that's the thing that happens is you get like, oh, it's nap time, or you know, it's time
Right.
for, you
Yes.
know, I'm gonna say for example, the pain vagal tone. I mean, I haven't really had pain for. I mean, I have my little aches and pains, but I mean, I was in excruciating pain like
Right, I
probably a year
remember.
and a half ago,
I remember.
and haven't been in pain for a year and a half. I
Oh,
started inhaling the pain vagal tone, and I think I inhaled 6 times and fell asleep. And I was like, whoa, well, apparently I have an issue here. And, you know, I do it now and I get relaxed, but I don't get sleepy. but it took like
Right.
several sessions of that to get me there. But I noticed like my body feels even better, and I thought like, yeah, I don't have any pain, and then as the body calmed down, I was like, I had pain, I just didn't know it. You know, it was like achiness more than anything, and so. You know, you can use that as an indicator. Anytime like you feel like, whoa, you know, like you had some sort of reaction, it usually means there's an issue there. Yeah.
Okay, and are there any, so we're talking the inflammatory vagal?
I mean, the thing with the eye is a little bit more complicated. It could be happening
That's
for
why
any
I'm asking.
number of reasons. So I would do immune, I would do inflammatory, and then I do the regeneration. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, regeneration. And I could do this as much as I mean, could I do this whole class in probably, in other words, can I do it all at the same time?
Yeah,
Just redo the whole class.
yeah.
Okay, and are there any contraindications I should look for? So if something starts aching or just
No.
curious? No? Okay, great.
You know, like you saw, like when we did the fungal one,
Yes,
people were having reactions, and
yes.
you know that's what we were talking about even like yesterday, and then like after that event is like we're impacted by like fungus and mold way more than we realize, and it has a greater effect on us way more than we
Yes,
realize,
yes.
and so like you know, if you're having a reaction in one of those areas, I would work that area like that is, you know, because if you think of like, you know, we say intellect, but also homeostasis is like it's about repetition and maintenance. And it's also tied to like defense modes, defense mechanisms. And so if you get on something and you're trying to shift it or change it, then you know, sometimes it will relax, and sometimes if the body is agitated enough, it will push back a little bit. And so if you're looking at like what would be any of the counter indications would be is if you're feeling pushback, I would still do it. I just wouldn't do it excessively. Like I'd do it and then give yourself a break, and then do it and give yourself a break. And so that's the probably the biggest thing that I would say.
Okay, great. Because also, is there any one of these? Do we have a vagal tone inflammatory and/or inflammatory for fear? That's another class.
There's a trauma vagal tone and a fear vagal tone, but it's not in the past. It's going to be the next divine tuning in your divine calm.
Okay,
I
well,
can make
that's what
them
I,
available to you if you want. I mean, they're already made. I haven't put the class out. It probably won't be until September or October.
well, I leave that to your judgment. I know that I haven't necessarily seen a bunch of improvement in the sight visual acuity, so to speak, but I know that taking these classes have really, really helped me to not be in fear.
Yeah,
And
I hear
that,
you on that. That's got to be a rough one.
because I woke up and overnight, literally one eye was literally from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning, it was gone that fast. So this one that's kind of like been steady, I'm real happy with that. But also controlling the fear so that I don't wake up in the morning and say, is today the day? No, not today. Yay.
Right, right. Yeah, email Samantha, you know, email her and just say the thing about fear vagal tone, and I can make that available to you. I'll forget, like by the time you know, I still have things to do after the class. By the time I'm done with that stuff, I won't remember. Yeah.
Thank you. That'll be great. I will look forward to that. And again, as everyone says, yummy class. They've all been
Oh, good.
so
I'm glad you enjoyed.
yummy, and I love the way they're getting cumulative. And
yeah.
I'm telling you, I'd have to be invited to the wedding of the queen before I would like take a weekend off to not do class. So anyway, thank you. And thank you, Sam. Bye, y'all. Oh, and also that would be thank you for to Robert and also to Letty. Thank you, y'all, for all the wonderful things you do. Amen.
Yeah, they're amazing, huh?
They really are.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hey, Greg. Those last two shifted the tension in the jaws and the neck and the
Oh,
spine.
good. Yeah, actually, kind of not surprising. Well, 7 might be a little surprising to me, but 8, ugh, yeah.
Yeah. What is in this last one? It's really nice.
The pain vagal tone, again, it's all those oils that are listed.
Oh, is it? Okay.
singles. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like I did that through this whole process. No, it doesn't always work that way, but for these, they all kind of contribute to that specific kind of vagal tone. And so
Sure.
any of that would work. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was thinking as I was inhaling that, the trigger point, what is that, multi-BD? Fighting?
Oh yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because that's what it's like, the meninges around
Right.
the spine that starts having tension. It's almost like the body has a memory that this has happened a couple of times before,
Sure.
and
Yeah.
something just triggers it and it goes there. And I'm like, we're not doing this anymore.
Right. So that trigger point, like any of the trigger point blends, I think we've only put out like 1 or 2. I have a whole box of
Yeah.
trigger points for a bunch of different muscles, but basically it's vagal tone, but specific to that muscle.
Ah,
So I mean, I didn't explain it like that when we were talking about it,
uh-huh. Okay.
but that's exactly what that is.
Oh, fantastic. So
Yeah.
I'm going to use that later tonight. I'm just like, oh, I should have taken that out.
Mhm.
I think what throws me is it usually kind of starts the back of the occiput and goes around the lower jaw. It just gets tense.
Yeah, that could also be a little bit of the Ming Men.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because the Mingmen, part of its job is it shoots energy up and it will
Okay.
hit the base of the skull and then sometimes
Okay.
move over or wrap around.
Sure.
So, I mean, it still can go, the Mingmen can be like stimulated by all kinds of things, like in a
Mm,
way. And one of them is spinal tension, because part of what it does is, it has to do with like the adrenals and kidney function, and it shoots energy up. But part of what it's also associated with is the spine itself. And then it's in charge of raising the vibration of the body. So like if there's an area, like when you get an injury, like, say you hurt your shoulder, part of what happened is the Ming Men would overactivate to try to raise the vibration of that part of the body so that
got
it
it.
heals at a faster rate. And so
Okay.
sometimes it's not always
Hmm.
clear or straightforward what is causing the, because it's also, another way of saying raising the vibration is establishing order. So it's
Yeah.
establishing order in the body, but sometimes it's also external situations can
Hmm.
overactivate the Ming Men, even though you're not upset by it. But like chaos, like any form of chaos in the environment, potentially can overact the Ming Men, and then you're shooting more energy up to the head.
You mean like a flood in my apartment?
Flood in your apartment would be a good example. A
I
good
gotta- that'd be a-
hypothetical example.
Hypothetical example. So if I wanted to just help regulate the Ming Men in those situations, what would you use?
So, like things like spikenard and vetiver could be good, but
Uh-huh.
I would say with something like that, I might even try like dark blue tansy.
Okay.
There's been times for myself when like I feel like some of those situations like the spikenard or the valerian or vetiver or anything, like it did it, but it didn't do it like it wasn't amazing. It's like, yeah, it took the edge off, but I have used tuberose for
Okay.
myself.
Okay.
And there's something about the tuberose that is just, I don't know, it for me, it just puts me in a different place. And so like the external situation or something doesn't really change, but I feel like I'm a different person when I'm dealing with it. And,
Yeah.
again, most times it's not that I'm emotional or mental about it, but my body's having some weird reaction. And so it does seem to temper that reaction.
That's good. I have both
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blue lotus tincture might also be helpful, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was thinking about that today. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good.
It's a great class.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah, sorry to hear that about your apartment. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it was just one part of it, but it's been quite disruptive. So
Yeah. Yeah.
anyway, time to move, right?
Yeah. Right.
And then go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Now I have to remember what I was going to talk about. I remember the pain vagal tone.
Mhm.
I've had a couple of places on my body that have just been annoying.
Uh-huh.
Not true pain, but just
Sure.
always
No, I
there.
get you.
If I
Yeah.
hit them, it's sharp, but if I don't, I don't know about it.
Right.
I've worked on one of them. I've had it for probably, that I've been aware of, at least 3 weeks. It's almost all gone. It's like gone away just by doing the vagal tone with it. Nothing else.
Yeah. Like the thing I would say is that, going back to what I was saying earlier, like I thought I was pain free, and then I worked the vagal tone and it took it down a whole nother level. And really, we think about like the stress response, we have like this accumulated stress response that, for me, it's going back 40, 45 years, and I'm not in pain the whole time, but there was periods where I was in a lot of pain or dealing with a bad injury or something. And, I get to a place where, I feel relief from everything. I don't really feel anything. And then I do the vagal tone and I was like, I really wasn't feeling that good before. Like I was feeling better, but I think the thing that I said to Samantha, like after I did the first round of vagal tone back when I made it way back when, is I feel like I did in my 40s, and it wasn't so much about the pain level, but there was like kind of a resilience in the body that I hadn't felt for a long time. Like I could get myself out of pain, but I could also injure myself if I wasn't paying attention. I picked up, like we got this big statue like a while back, this is a couple years ago, and it was too awkward for two people, so I just picked it up and I put it in the place, and it's quite large, and yeah, it probably weighed, I don't know how much you think Tara weighs, like 125 pounds. And probably 125 pounds, and it's just big and awkward, and I thought, I'll just muscle through this, and in my youth, that would have strained my back maybe a little bit, and within a couple of days I would have shaken it off. It was months before I actually shook that off, and even then, like it just always felt fragile in that area. And so, after using the vagal tone a bunch, I can do something that again is not that bright. I shouldn't be doing it, but sometimes you just kind of do it and you're like, I'm just gonna do this. And my body bounces back. Like for one, the pain isn't as intense. And like I'm like, okay, now I feel stiffness and I can lay down, and in 15 or 20 minutes, it kind of goes away. And within a day or two, it's like a distant memory. And that accumulated stress, like as soon as your body goes into pain, it's just like how we feel emotional stress. You're dealing with the stress of right now and all that accumulated stress from all those years, and it's all right there. And so, as I got older, I started noticing that it didn't take very much for me to feel injured. Where when I was young, I could take a punch. And like as I've gotten older, and you know, that's why I was saying I'm feeling more like I did, you know, 15, 20 years ago. And it's more about that resilience than anything. And so like you said, like you start kind of getting little injuries and things where things hurt or something, and it's like it didn't take that much. That is like those pain mechanisms are in a very stressed state. And your body is having a quicker reaction to them. You know, it's kind of like what I was talking about when we were talking about pain a real long time ago. And you look at like endurance athletes versus just like a regular athlete. Like if you look at a sprinter versus, you know, maybe a long distance runner or something like that, that a lot of times the endurance athlete isn't really the best athletic specimen. You know, they're okay, but they're not like that sprinter that can go crazy fast for 12 seconds or something like that. But they can run for like 4 or 5 hours and keep a good pace and everything. Or, you know, you take a cyclist or, you know, anything like that, you know, swimmer that can swim long distances. And, you know, if you look at them from just a genetic point of view, you know, they might be a little bit better than the average person, but if you compare them to those athletic specimens where like, man, that person's an athlete, they're usually not in that category. They're just like, yeah, they're good, they're in shape, but like, you know, they don't have some of the markers for what would make somebody amazing in a particular sport. So if you boil it down, it's like how do they do so well is they have a greater ability to suffer. Like they have a much higher pain threshold, and they have the ability for their body not to react for much longer periods of time. And so, you know, that doesn't really get evaluated by a lot of things. But, you know, if you look at it from the point of view of just getting through life, like the more that you can take, you know, some difficulties or a little injury here or there or something and not have your body go into a complete tailspin, better quality of life all through your life. And, you know, I can say for myself that I think better when I'm not in pain. You know, like when I'm in pain, I can still think and process through things, but it's harder and I give up faster when I'm in pain. You know, if I'm not in pain, I can sit and think through something. And even if there's obstacles, I can kind of keep pushing through it. And, you know, we were watching something, and this guy had been in 2 really bad motorcycle accidents. Remember that?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
um and when you watch him, you can see his eyes are kind of dull. And at first you kind of go, I think that guy might have a little bit of brain damage. And, you know, when I look at him, it's not brain damage, it's pain damage. You know, he had such high levels of pain for a prolonged period of time that as he kind of walks around and does things, you can see he doesn't process things very well, and he's just super reactive. And he would do things and he would give up really quick and really easily. And you know, he was kind of a shadow of who he was prior. And that's all the effects of pain. Like, you know, I can't even imagine the kind of pain that, I mean, he had to have multiple surgeries, and like he shattered like I think his like ankle or something. Like, I mean, he had some pretty bad injuries. But you know, that idea of reducing this kind of stress, you know, the stuff for the immune system's a pretty big one. The stuff for the immune system and the inflammatory response, very big. But pain, I don't know, for a lot of people, that's probably the biggest one they have. You know, might not be everybody, but it's most or a majority. if you made it through life, and I've known a few people where they didn't really have a lot of injuries and they didn't really have a lot of aches and pains, but then later in life they had something serious kind of happen, and even then that pain response was so over the top that their pain was hard to manage. And you know probably through life they didn't have quite that pain response, but that vagal aspect of it was getting more and more diminished. Like they were having a poorer and poorer response to pain. And then later in life, when something happened, I mean, they really kind of lost it a little bit. Yeah.
So as I was doing the pain vagal tone, I was like, oh, I should really be doing it on that headache that I got after doing the fungal inflammatory storms. So do pain vagal
Yeah,
tone
you could do
first,
it like anywhere where there's pain. Like
and then do the
and I
fungal
would
again.
say I was even just visiting areas on my body, like I would like go to my calves. I don't have an injury there. I don't have pain there, but they're tight, so like I was like, how much of that is because of pain? And
Right.
I started seeking out areas on my body that never were really that compromised, but it was weird how much tension was there.
Yeah, after doing the fungal inflammatory storms, I was like, and the reaction my body had, I'm like, do I really want to do it again? And
Right,
I
I hear
was,
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
so there was that, I don't want to say fear, but a
Yeah.
hesitation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And now it's like, okay, go do pain vagal tone on it so that you're in a better spot with vagal tone, then do it again. And I should get the response without the pain response.
Yeah, because part of here's the interesting thing too with pain is, how we talk about homeostatic emotion. Part of our feeling pain is that the body generates a homeostatic emotion. And so it's not the only part of it, but if we're able to keep that calm, a lot of times the pain levels will almost be cut in half. And the same things are happening. It's just that the body doesn't feel like it needs to scream. It's like, okay, I'm not reacting. Yes, I'm doing whatever. And, there can be just some discomfort, and, you can kind of push through it or sleep it off, or where before I would have to deal with it right then because I am just super uncomfortable. And now I'm like, well, I'll sleep it off. And if I still feel it in the morning, because it's not as overwhelming or it's not as debilitating. And so, um, yeah, Uh, I'm just kind of saying what you said in a different way. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, thank you very much. It's been a good class, and
Keep me posted on how that works for you.
I will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey.
Hey there. I feel a little dull. I don't know how to explain that.
A little dull. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. I noticed during that process pretty early on, I got really, really warm. And when
Okay.
later you were talking about the different will centers, I wonder if it was connected to that at all, because we were working the various centers related to them.
So you just got dull with this last one.
Yeah. And my lungs don't feel sticky anymore. Now they feel
Oh,
like
good.
they feel like they're full of cotton candy. They don't have that open, airy. That's just gone. Like I want to go
Yeah,
back
good.
and redo the prior segment.
That's super funny. A little dull.
Like I'm present, but I'm pretty non-reactive, and I don't feel like It would take a lot of effort to get up and move if someone yelled fire.
Mm. I mean, when I look at you, it just looks like a lot of stress is coming off your body.
Yeah, that.
Um,
No.
you know, and it's mechanical stress, like it's like physical stress is coming off of you.
So what should I work with to facilitate that process of it coming off? Yeah, it's getting warm again. It's like, yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
shut
Do
this.
you have like that poplar balsam spray or universal
Uh-huh.
healer spray? Try
I'll go.
just spraying down a bunch with that.
Okay.
You know, the poplar is very good for vagal tone, and it's very good for stress relief, and same with the universal healer. You could also just use the general vagal tone, but I would probably do the poplar or the universal healer.
Okay. I'll just like now and again
Take
before I go
that,
to bed.
spray it, you know, whatever you want to do there.
Okay.
And then let me know how it is before we go.
Oh, okay. I'll go find it. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Someone's wondering, would just inhaling pain vagal tone oil from time to time throughout the day without a pattern be effective?
It wouldn't be as effective, but it would still work. It would still do something.
Yeah, go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to say that I have really enjoyed going through the ORIC programming. And I'm mentioning that because I think it was last week we did the nerve help.
Sure.
And I have the nerve help body tonic and pain soothe, anyway, various ones which I have used. And anyway, I'm talking mainly about the nerve help now. But I found that I could really tell a difference during doing the ORIC program with the nerve help and then applying the nerve help body tonic. I could really tell a difference. And well, in particular, the area I suppose I'm working on would be the sciatic nerve and then the tightness in the glutes. So I would then follow that the nerve help body tonic with you know, some type of either antispasmodic oil or ointment, or uninflammatory ointment. But anyway,
Okay.
I just wanted to comment how much I felt like the ORIC program had enhanced the process.
Oh, good. Good.
And also, I believe the week before we did the warming muscle support, I think it's called now. And I also felt, I was surprised at how soothing that was. And I felt like it did.
I know, huh? Like it's kind of weird how it kind of
Yeah.
sneaks up on you.
Yeah. It did release the muscles. So I wanted to ask, and I know in the past you used to have a warming muscle tonic ointment, but that's not on the website now. And so
Yeah, just ask. I can make it. Yeah.
well, I'm curious because now the focus is warming. I lost it now. Warming muscle support.
It's the same thing. We just yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so if we apply the ointment, it would soothe the muscles.
Yeah, it would work like that. Like the thing with that when you apply it is it usually strengthens that area and increases circulation to a particular area.
Okay, well, I guess it just works differently. I was going to ask you, does that mean it's better than a antispasmodic or anti-inflammatory?
Are you
or
talking
it's
about
just different?
for sciatica? For
Well,
the sciatica area, or you're talking about for a different area?
well, one would be the glute muscles over that sciatic nerve, and then other areas of
Is
say an
the
achiness in the around the other areas.
It
But
would increase circulations to areas, but if the sciatic nerve was inflamed,
uh-huh.
I probably wouldn't use it. Like I'd
Okay.
use like the pain relief neuropathic or pain soothe, something like that. And then when it calms down, you could use that for that. But the thing with the warming muscle support is it does have like heat in it. It's got like black pepper and some
Oh, okay.
cinnamon and
Okay.
stuff. And so I wouldn't put that on an area that's inflamed. Inhaling
Oh,
it
okay.
would be
Yeah.
okay, but as far as like applying it topically to an area, but that originally was made for massage therapists.
Yes, that's what
They
I
would use
thought.
it
Yeah.
for their massages and stuff. And so,
Yeah.
yeah, you totally could put it on a particular area.
Okay, so you just threw out the pain soothe. So I was focusing on the nerve help because of the sciatic nerve, but you're saying also use the pain soothe and that
I
area.
would probably rotate them.
Okay.
The thing with the nerve help, it does improve vagal tone in that area, and then it will help break up the potential chronic pattern, that
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
get into, like a pain loop. It
Yeah.
does help to break that up, but the pain soothe itself is going to reduce some of that pain. And so like sometimes we have people reach out that really aren't students or something and they have sciatica. And, I figure like maybe I only have one thing that I can suggest, because they're not going to do a rotational thing and all that. I usually have them use pain soothe ointment.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
even Samantha's sister, remember we sent it out to her and she same thing. And she put it on and she goes, I'm not sure this might be a placebo effect, but I put it on, the pain went away. And she goes, that's too weird. Like, but you're having to soothe a very like overstimulated nerve. You know what I
Right.
mean? And so there's different ways of doing it, like the pain relief neuropathic. It's anti-inflammatory and antispasmodic, but it kind of like blocks the mind and the emotions, like the nervous system's ability to perceive that pain.
Uh-huh.
Anything with mint will do that. So that's why you see a lot of pain formulas have menthol in them.
Right.
It kind of doesn't allow it to get up to the brain. It's like Tylenol. Like that's how Tylenol works. It doesn't relieve pain, it blocks pain. It doesn't allow it to get processed by the brain. And so there's a time and a place for that.
Yeah.
But the pain soothe kind of is just that. It's like it soothes the nerve and reduces some spasms and has some pain relieving qualities to it. It's anti-inflammatory. It's kind of like an all-in-one in that.
Oh, thank you for
Well,
that. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking as you were talking about the neuropathic, my goal is not just to block the body's ability.
Yeah,
I want to relax the muscles and
Sure,
reduce the
but
inflammation
the
and all that
idea
that.
the idea of like using something that blocks the pain is it allows the body to go into like a healing state, like a healing
Oh,
process. So it's not just like I don't see you, I don't see you. It's not like doing that. It's like sometimes when the pain is present, it's just like how we're talking about pain vagal tone. It has such a stress inducing effect on the body that even when you try to heal a particular area, the body won't really respond. And so you put that on there so that the nervous system kind of doesn't process it quite the same. And in that, the body kind of starts to go out of that stress state and can start to kind of heal that thing.
Oh,
And
thank you so much for
yeah, so
that. Wow.
that's why you do that. Yeah. I
Okay,
don't know
well,
that Tylenol works that way, but like topical things like that have mint in them, that's what that does. And mint is also stimulating to the body's processes. And so you're blocking the pain and you're trying to stimulate body's processes in that area so that it will heal and start, reducing inflammation and diminish some of the spasms and things like that.
okay, and that's in the neuropathic.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, I know that I have bought that in the past. So if it is somewhat old, like probably has your old white label on it. If
Oh
it's
yeah, it's so fine.
okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know if the carrier oil gets rancid and that's a bad thing.
It's an ointment or it's a little 5 ml bottle.
No, I have both, but in particular, I'm talking about the ointment.
It should be okay. Unless it
Okay.
got exposed to the sun or something like that. It has quite the shelf life.
Okay, were you talking about the 5 ml bottle? Would you just put it on neat, or would you?
You could, but I would probably put it in with a little lotion because it will linger
Oh
in that
yeah.
area
Okay,
a
I
bit
could do the
longer.
lotion.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you. I really appreciate this. I didn't mean to get so off on my.
No, it's okay.
here,
We're talking about
but
pain.
but
Yeah.
but coming back, my last question, and I think you answered it. I was trying to remember in our work on Tuesdays with the ORIC programs. I thought that you had said that it does increase vagal tone. Is that correct?
The nerve help, yeah. Like when you work
Oh.
the aura. Yeah, when you work the aura. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so you're just saying only certain ones of the ORIC programs help vagal tone, or what?
Nerve help in particular.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's great. Thank you.
Someone's asking what difference it makes when using kit oils versus the oils recommended by Greg line by line. So like, just the, we.
Oh,
have
like
an
the
option.
blend
Yeah.
or a lot of times in classes like this, the blend is a bit stronger. Not every time, but most times. The single oils are, just things that if you had it in your kit or, in your collection, you could pull those out. But if you really had a serious issue in one of these areas, you might want to get the blend. Yeah. I think that's what they were asking. Yeah.
I think so too. Yeah. I think so. Yes, they said thanks. Let's see. That pain one kicked my butt.
Yeah.
Does that mean I need to keep doing it a lot?
Like, so Samantha's saying the pain one kind of kicked her butt. It's releasing a lot of stress out of the
Thinking like
body. Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Should I take a salt bath with something? And I'm asking because maybe other people are having a similar experience.
If you're having it with that, you could do like black pine or galbanum. I might go nerve help or pain soothe as well.
Hmm.
I kind of like the pain soothe, like you're decreasing the stress and then you take a pain soothe bath.
Yeah, that sounds nice. And one thing I do want to say I appreciate about the vagal tone classes, but particularly this one this weekend, it really, I think it was earlier today, it was like really clear. You were talking to Barbara and it was like, oh yeah, this is like you're calming your body down like into a different kind of healing state to allow it to actually have these other things be more effective.
Right. And
it really felt like I had more of that experience today in that, so. Yeah. Now I'm just sleepy and.
Right.
But
Greg?
yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Barbara? I feel like using the universal healer spray has augmented the release. It's
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's what we should.
not a comfortable thing, but I just keep going with it.
Oh, it doesn't feel comfortable?
No, it's gotten a little more.
Oh, a little more comfortable. Yeah.
No, it's gotten more
More
intense.
uncomfortable.
Oh, it's gotten more uncomfortable.
Yeah, which is okay. Should I keep applying it or switch to the poplar balsam or just write it out? Like I feel a lot of energy, chest, throat, back, head, jaws. It's just feels a little intense, but
I- I'd maybe let it pass, but like maybe inhale some form of aloes.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
think-
write it out. I just didn't know if there's anything else I should do.
Yeah, I think aloes might make it a bit more comfortable.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're so welcome.
You have some Navy SEALs in here, Greg.
Yeah, no joke. Oh.
Writing it out. All right, let me see other shares and questions. I look forward to doing the oil for my will next time I'm around Uncle Bob.
Yeah. But if you even think about like our reaction to like an Uncle Bob, I mean, part of our reaction is tied to previous pains that also impact the will. So, anybody else? Think we're good?
Thanks, you guys. Great weekend.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed. So remember, we're going to do a study group on Wednesday. And so we'll cover whatever questions you have or whatever. And most likely we'll probably do another round of pain vagal tone that night. So there's little variations that we can do. So, yeah.